So what was that? Every minute late is late after 6:30.
Yeah, you all got a point of exhaustion. That's how it works, son.
Oh,
Yeah, don't bullshit the booking DM, son. That won't go well for you. Hi, everybody. It's Wednesday. We're a little bit late. My apologies. I was growing plants in another game, so sorry.
Sorry.
Yes.
Green recreational.
It's blue, actually.
Herbs.
Blue dream. Blue herbs.
Not the good stuff.
Not the good
cash.
That's it. So, yes, welcome in. Hello, hi. Who's doing the recap?
Hi. Hello. Hi.
Someone can do a recap while I take a few boxes, cross a few T's, and
I mean, who can top last week's recap? That's what we're saying.
Don't all answer at once.
Are we pulling straws? Is that what we're doing tonight?
I mean, I did it last week, so someone else's turn now.
All right, rock, paper, scissors.
No, you know what? I'm just gonna. Okay.
Lucy's got to hit it and quit it. No ties, no lies.
Hell yeah.
We gotta hurry. We're already late. So we came back to Locktorpian. We found out that Nak had a dart in his neck and basically dropped at Jin's feet. We basically put everything into him that we had to keep him alive long enough. While Scath ran to the church and found, well, he wanted to read Darmanis, but he wasn't there. So he brought a little church boy who was learning. And the little church boy actually managed to save Nak. So good job, little church boy. He didn't say much. He was a little lizardkin, and he scurried off as quickly as he arrived. We also found that Jin had a dart stuck to the side of the bag of holding. Which means that they also tried to kill him. We got Nak to Scath and Sarazella's house. Jin went out to blow up some steam and ended up hitting the ground very hard, which very much fucked up his hands for a bit. Yeah, Scaff. I think Scaff went to get Sarazella at some point. For some reason, Sarazella knew we were there. I'm not sure. Because we didn't send her ascending.
I think we bumped into some guards,
didn't
he
you?
went to...
You sent a guard, didn't you?
Yeah.
When we teleported in, we met some guards on duty.
One of them spoke a very funny dialect.
Yeah. And one of them stood out to Jin a lot, because Jin was apparently the only one paying attention. Draconic ancestry sorcerer? Question mark?
Question mark.
We never questioned it again. Well, Jin didn't. We kind of got distracted. Zafira went out to get 2 rings made for the spell warding bond, which the blacksmith thought was very weird. But he also didn't want her to explain because that would have been a long rant about the arcane. He's not interested.
That's a lot of platinum.
That's a lot of words.
Crying as he melted it down.
She also took the 2 poison darts and went to get them analyzed. We find out that they're a combination of deathroot and dragon blood, which basically makes your blood congeal almost instantly in your veins, which is very gruesome when you think about it. The apothecary was also very worried. And Zafira was not very convincing in her distress. But she did let Zafira go without telling the gods. And went back to the house. Sarazella almost arrived at the same time. We told her what happened in Dōro Yōsai. Scaff went on a long rant about how this was an assassination attempt, and not just an attack on the castle.
Xmas 34 just redeemed
Snoozes Lots of snoozes were had. Everyone woke up kind of well rested. No one's exhausted anymore. We spoke to Nak, found out he doesn't have a magical connection to his book anymore, which means he can't cast spells anymore, which is very unfortunate for a wizard.
That was just a dude.
He is not sure if it's just temporary or maybe
You're not a wizard, Nak.
lasting. Not a wizard anymore. And we decided we're gonna go back to Dōro Yōsai. Sarazella offered to take us there because she already sent the day before. She sent like a contingent of her guards with some fly scrolls to check out the place. Who determined that it was pretty peaceful, given the fight that just happened. They've confirmed that they found Saya's body. They found Card's arm, his sword, and his rings. And they found Zephyra's sword as well, that she left behind. Other than that, populace seems to be fine. Shaken up, but fine. So we decided to go back after gearing up. And now we're back in Dōro Yōsai.
Did have a bit of an incident with the imps as well.
Oh yes. The little fake creatures appeared and basically made everyone freeze. Yeah, you don't talk to us like shit.
I mean, one of the weak ones.
Wow.
Any chance?
I think you mean the most biggest threats.
Roll me another wisdom saving throw.
I mean, I picked it up. I managed to get the jump on the little fucker. Like, yeah, come in, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't like that.
Hey, I made a bargain with him. Well, it wasn't a bargain.
Yeah, he said, "Put me down, or I'll probably kill you." Something like that.
Yeah.
So we, I think we kind of wound up. You'd arrived. I think, did you have a little look round and you'd seen outside the
Seen all the
onsen
stuff described.
there was a bench. Yes, of course, yeah. There was a bench
that's
with a silken cloth over the top of it. There was the weapon rack that had the sword. And the arm and the rings. As you look around, I'm not sure if I answered it fully, but the ever-growing blossom tree is still there. It does have some obvious kind of knocks, and I think with even just passively, Jin would probably know it's not quite as upright as it was. It's definitely been in the midst of a big battle. But it is still ever blooming. In my vision, you're looking towards the stocks, and over to the right, you can see the collapsed castle. To the left, the guardhouse, which too you didn't see at the time before you'd left, but you can now see also took the brunt of some arrows, and the guardhouse is mostly collapsed. There are a couple of guards lingering around. There are a contingent. You can see in the courtyard of the guardhouse where near where Scath was doing his archery. They seem to be tending to wounds as best as they can. You know that, they're medics at best. They're not clerics. They are doing what they can. There is the grisly sight, unfortunately, in the main courtyard of many dead bodies. Blood drying in the hot sun. Severed body parts all over the place. probably a lot of them you can imagine from Card pulling a Sauron across the battlefield with his two-hand there. Fuck off. Fuck off. Just chopping motherfuckers in half.
Mads was not having it.
Passively, as you're looking around, you, Azura, would recognise the form of that first orc that you gave the order to. He is dead on the ground, with a slight grin on his face still. Like, that guy just turned up and went out doing what he liked, you know what I mean? He turned up and he got to kick bash fuck out of everyone with no consequence, and he died. It is what it is. But there's no other obvious remnants of anyone from Eagle Cliff that you can see in this moment. But there you all stand together. Sevazella looks at you, doesn't say anything, kind of takes a step to sidestep next to Scath, says quietly, so as to be respectful but not to hide anything, "I will head towards my guards at the city, at the village. You know where I'll be when you need me. Take your time." And she kind of quietly nods to everyone and leaves the courtyard.
Jin, do you need a moment?
Just a moment, Scaff. There's work to be done. Do I recognize any of the guard that are still around to be of some rank or description, or just grunts?
You can tell that most, if not all, of the higher-ranking guards would have fell into back Cad's beef and fell in the process. There seems to be someone at least higher than just a dude over in the courtyard, helping tend, telling people, but there's no one of high rank or,
Yeah, I imagined as much. Like, I just need, I don't know, imagine a battlefield where all the officers have died and just some fuck-off sergeant sitting in the middle of somewhere being like, "Oh!"
And you
That's
can
the guy I'm
tell,
looking for.
yeah, even passively, everywhere's kind of eerily quiet, apart from the odd grunts and groans in the distance from the guardhouse of people in pain. A lot of people are either unconscious or quietly trying to deal with what's happened. You can tell by the devastation around that it was entirely unexpected. And I suppose in reflection, even with your father's additional, perhaps paranoia-induced guardsmen, it still wasn't enough.
Yeah.
With your passive investigation, you can see some remnants of... They're slightly larger than... compared to Scath's arrows, which are just, longbow arrows. You can tell that the arrows that were sent... you can tell that they're kind of slightly bigger, slightly thicker. I suppose made for maybe more distant shooting, or, it's kind of not quite ballista, or, they still seemed shot from a bow, but they're more like kind of siege arrows, so to speak, is the vibe you get from them. And you can see that whilst most of them are snapped and destroyed, you can tell that the heads were just, rather than a point, they would have been a pouch with red powder, and then the heads are just,
Yeah, blown impact.
blown out.
Yeah. I will glance at the onsen for a moment. and then head towards the slightly higher ranking soldier still left.
When he sees you, his eyes go wide. Passive insight. He's bricking it. Like he was dealing with 90% of it, well, 95% of his world collapsing, and now the third son's just walked in. He's not in a good way, but he does he kind of straightens up, hands a water skin over to a guard, says, "Tend to him," turns and then bows. And he just stays down.
Stand, soldier.
Comes back up.
What's your name?
Armin. Third son.
All right, on.
I'm sorry.
No, that's quite all right. No, this is your fault. You're the one that's left in charge here?
I took the initiative, third son. I don't suppose it's in charge, but doing what we can.
That's as much as you can be, son. All right. I hate to be the one rewarding initiative at this moment. How many wounded do we have?
There are 7 wounded, 3 critically. None of us are... We don't know what we can do, third son.
Where are they?
He kind of gestures towards the guardhouse itself, and now you're a bit closer to the guardhouse. You can hear, still quietened, but groans of people who are clearly mortally wounded.
Zavira. Can you help?
Yes.
Amen. Can you have one of your guys escort the paladin over here towards the wounded? Maybe she can ease their suffering a little.
Yes, third son. He reaches down to the guy he gave the water skin to, who's just finished pouring it into the mouth of a guy on the ground. He kind of takes the water skin back and helps him to his feet. Go with the lady. He kind of nods to you, Zafira, and starts walking towards the guardhouse. Puts the lid on the water skin, tucks it in his pouch.
Yep. I'll follow.
He leads you into the guardhouse, which is... You can tell now that it's basically it's like a pocket of space that is still structurally sound, but the rest around it is all collapsed. You can see rubble on the other side of the room through the doorway. It's just this small 15 by 15 feet entryway room.
Mm.
And there are 3 makeshift benches, and there's 3 men. One's lost a leg. One of them has a massive, kind of looks like a shark bite out of his side. That kind of grievous missing part of his torso wound. And another guy is completely unconscious, pale as fuck.
Okay.
First glance, lost a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Now, as you look at them, passive insight, you can try your best, but if you want to save all of them, you're going to have to try and roll to do it. You know, you're arcanely endowed, you are blessed by Kerecekian, but it's more than just a cheeky lay on hands. You're going to need to spend a bit of time. So if you want to get all 3, it's possible, but you are going to have to roll.
I will try. to get all 3.
Okay. Who do you go to first?
The unconscious one.
Mhm.
Because if you're still awake, you're not that close to death.
Okay.
And I will. So potentially that's more healing, but that's not guaranteed. Okay. I think for this guy, because he's unconscious, I will try and restore 10 HP, I think.
Okay.
With my lay on hands, because that's a guaranteed 10.
Mm-hmm.
Cure wounds could be higher, but could be, not necessarily is.
Okay. You reach down, as you've done multiple times. Concentrate on that blessing. Feel that warmth flow through your arm. You put 10 points into him. He's still unconscious. He's breathing. Passive insight, you can see a little bit of colour returns to his cheeks.
Breathing seems stable enough. Needs sleep. Probably. Okay. Big. I don't know. It's a tough decision because both is really grave.
For clarity, to be fair, the guy that's lost his leg has got some cloth very tightly wrapped around it.
So he has like a improvised tourniquet,
basically.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, then big torso chunk missing guy is next.
Okay.
And I think for him, I will use a cure wounds.
Okay. What level?
First, because I need to save my second level spell slots.
Give me Arcana and Religion.
Oh god.
And this is going to be kind of a cumulative how you feel about your religion and what you feel about your knowledge of this kind of stuff.
A 10 and 17.
10 and a 17. So you look at this guy, curing wounds and stuff, it'll seal cuts, fix bruises, it does a lot. This guy is missing a chunk of his torso. You reckon that if you do a level 1 cure wounds, you'll probably seal up the wounds, but you ain't reforming his torso with a level 1 cure wounds. It will either take multiple or more, or you look at it and you're level 1 cure wounds, you could probably stop him dying with it, but you're just essentially cauterizing a missing chunk in this man's torso.
But he'll live.
If I combined a cure wounds with lay on hands to add an extra 5, would that help?
It'd help.
Okay, then I'll do that.
Yeah. While you're deliberating and then concentrating in, missing leg guy passes out.
Great. I love that for me. Let me just roll that real quick. So he gets 14 points. from the combined, and then I'm gonna rush over to the guy that just collapsed.
So you can tell, like, using both hands, you lay your hands on the wounds itself as part of the cauterizing and sealing of the wounds. And as you push that curing power in, you can see that it starts to reform and it starts to seal. You fix maybe 60% of it, and he's now missing just a chunk rather than, well,
A large chunk.
yeah, a large chunk.
And then I'll do the, well, I know that it doesn't bring back the limb, but the wound definitely needs to be properly sealed. I'll do the same for the guy missing his leg.
Level 1
So I'll
cure
do
wounds.
and 5 extra from lay on hands.
Okay.
And he is going to get... Ooh! He's gonna get 16 max roll.
He too remains unconscious,
Hmm.
but you can see the wound kind of seals up and the skin reforms and it becomes a stump. A little bit of colour returns to his cheeks and he just remains asleep. Thank you,
Are there
my
like
lady.
any like bedrolls around the room? Or is everyone just kind of on the floor?
Yeah, so this is like essentially the foyer of the guardhouse. Wherever the like living quarters was has
Like, I
clearly
just
been
wondered
destroyed.
If they set up kind of anything.
They've
for
not
the
really
people who are
had
injured.
much chance. They've had, as you look around, the devastation, the onson's gone, the castle's gone, most of the guardhouse is gone. Anywhere that, like, there's bits and bobs of, like, cloth. You can see that there's, like, bits of bloodied cloth in and around the area around them. But rather than, like, bedrolls and stuff, they've just been trying to do what they can with what little they had without being trained or arcane-powered healers, you know. And then it's like at that point you kind of realise, look, these guys are, without much more they could do, these guys had basically just been left in there to die. It's just nothing they could have done, really, realistically, till you guys arrived.
Yeah, I'll see if I can, like, position them in a way that they're not in the way, I guess. It's a small space, but...
Yeah, they are kind of up at the three up against
So they all
the
have-
side.
Yeah, so they all have, like, their own little space.
Yeah.
Especially with the guy that just collapsed, I suppose.
Yeah, easy enough to do.
Right. I'll have a look around. Anyone else who needs urgent?
No one inside. There's more minor injuries in the courtyard. Thank you for saving these. We there was nothing really we could have done.
I know.
He kind of gives you a shallow bow and starts to just make his way back out. Kind of looking to you to see if you're going to come, but starts making his way back out.
I'll follow him.
Just back out in the courtyard. It's mostly, you know, cuts, bruises, cuts, scrapes, more
Nothing
minor
like
injuries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Realistically, it'll heal after a nice, good night's sleep. You know, that's the way the world works. Everyone feels better and rejuvenated. It's just... there's something in the air, man. But...
Magic.
A good
Sleep
touch.
is magic.
had the good cash. Sleep is magic. But most of them are just kind of chilling, resting. The odd moan and groan, but... meanwhile, while Severa goes inside, what's everyone else doing?
I'll still be talking to Armin. So if the other two wanna I don't do anything.
I would have gone up to Jen and is there anything you have me do? Want me to go around any of the troops if they need water, food, anything I can do to help? Just point me in whichever direction you want me to go.
I'll take you up on that offer in a minute. Well, I've work to do in a bit. Amen.
Third son.
How many are left?
Forgive me, how many of who are left?
Of us.
This is mostly the guard ship. There were 3 more that were down the path to the village. They have been answering what little questions we have knowledge for. The populace seem, of course, very worried, shaken, but mostly unharmed. You see, he kind of looks a little bit awkward. If I may speak plainly, third son.
I'm not my father, Harmon. Feel free.
If anything, this was an attack on the castle. Whilst there were clearly some of them blending in with the populace in the village, their intent was not against them.
I've realized this. This is good. I was worried that my father's ambitions would have killed the people. I'm glad it didn't. Although I'm saddened to see the devastation here and the amount of people that we've lost. At least they weren't unarmed. They were at least given a chance.
Those that lost their lives did so with honour in the defence of Dōro Yōsai. I am not saddened for their loss, for I know it was well earned.
Appreciate the sentiment, Harmon. Now, many of these fallen men had family down below. We should make them presentable and pile up all those that weren't ours. We'll burn those tonight. Those of ours, we'll lay out. We'll invite the people in. Have them collect their dead. Let them grieve. Don't stop them from grieving. If they want to spit in the castle's ashes, let them. No memories are hurt. Stop them from hurting themselves, though. They will regret that.
I think with a short amount of rest, those here will be able to aid in the moving of the bodies.
Good.
I would like to suggest that that they are moved out towards the trees.
That would be best.
So that the visage of the castle isn't too daunting for those that want to visit. At least until we have chance to clean up. And then this bonfire will be made tall and will serve as a beacon for those that can see it wherever they retreated to. That whilst they've won this battle, that we are not entirely defeated.
Town stand, Amen. The people live. The castle can be rebuilt. You'll need a new barracks. There's the officers' apartments. Feel free to use those. Remodel as you need to. You'll need a place to sleep, Place the garrison. That will do.
Forgive me, third son. I know everything is very raw and you have a lot to deal with, but at least in the short term, may I ask what your aims are? We can hold the village for as long as needed, but is Dōro Yōsai to become a village, or is it going to once again reform as the fortress it was?
I'll look around the fortress grounds for a bit. My eye lingering on the castle, and then on the onsen. It'll be a while, Armin. But Dōro Yōsai will stand again. It will stand again.
I have already spoken briefly to the guards that came from Loktorpian that were flying in the nearby area. They've also taken point at the village. I believe I saw... forgive me, I do not know her name. Kind of looks over at Scath sheepishly. Their
Captain
leader...
Zarazella.
Sarazella. They mentioned that they were waiting for her word today, so it's good that she has come. Perhaps she could guide us.
Perhaps for a short while, that would be best. You're close enough to Loktorpian. And we have things to add to value to the city. Things to keep bread on tables and roofs above people's heads.
Again, the village was untouched. The farms are still... We tried to scout briefly and speak to the guards that were flying from Loktorpian. There doesn't seem to be much remnants of who they were or where they came from, at least the outside assailants. All of those that were inside of the castle, as far as we know, have been dispatched. But outside of the castle they have gone, so
good.
Whether they retreated on foot or by other means, we were unable to determine.
Tracking them won't matter. We won't find them. Wasted resources. You've done well here, Armin. Be proud of that.
It just keeps a straight face, just acknowledges it with a bow.
We'll give them a couple hours more rest. And then we'll rouse whoever can. And we'll start moving the bodies. Start finding empty rooms, empty homes, as I'm sure there will be a few. We'll redesignate where needed. Collect food. House the wounded. Make them comfortable.
It will be done.
I'll look over to the onsen again.
Now
You
almost
think she'd
completely...
like to be...
Go on.
You think she'd like to be buried underneath the tree, Armin?
I don't feel it is my place to say, third son. But I know she was fond of it.
Thank you for your candor, soldier. Return to your duties for now.
Just immediately turns and kneels down next to one of the guys.
I'll just, seemingly a little lost, start wandering towards the onsen. Azura,
Yes, my friend.
there's an arm and a sword that needs collecting. Grab them for me, will you?
Of course. Head over to where they were laid out, and is anyone there?
No, you head over to the stocks. You can see now that looking at the stocks, those blue glyphs that were faintly illuminated are no longer illuminated. There's no one near the stocks. You can tell that, all hands have been on deck, gathering those that remain. You approach, you see the weapon rack, Saphira's familiar sword. You see there is Card's sword, his large Kodachi two-handed big bastard great katana. And you can see, now that you are close to it, still bearing the blood-matted hair on the forearm of the severed at the bicep, loose torn skin at the ends of it, so it seems like it possibly wasn't even a clean cut. It looks ripped off rather than cut off.
Hey.
But Shozan Card's arm.
Ripped off, I respect that.
The fist still tight, as the arm is rigid, still in that defiance right up until the end. But you can see across the 3 knuckles there are 3 rings. Do you want the passive look, or do you want to look at them properly? Depends what way. Yeah, okay.
Not my place. As I'm asked, I pick up the sword and arm and head back over to Jin.
Yeah, so as you look passively, there is a platinum ring with a large black gem on the middle ring. I say large, it's like takes up the whole of the head. You know what I mean? What is that finger called? The ring finger on the right hand. Yeah. Yeah. There is another platinum ring, but it has a blue gem with specks of very subtly moving green energy on the inside. And on the index finger, there is a gold ring with another blue gem, and etched on it is the same sigil as the stocks.
Yeah, I don't look any closer. I head back over to Jin and here you go, my friend, as requested.
I'll take the arm.
It's rigid.
Unsheath part of my blade. Cut the fingers off. Take the rings off. And toss the arm into the ruined onsen. I'll remove the rings from the cut off fingers. Toss those too.
Fuck the rings.
For now.
I'm keeping these
Fuck the
fingers.
rings or the fingers.
Yeah, just keep the rings, like pull them off and toss the rings off. Just bucket the rings from now. I'll take the blade. Didn't come with a scabbard, huh?
I did not see one on the racks.
Yeah,
The
I'll
mayor.
have one made.
No history check required. Card did have one. And his body's not there, so...
Yeah, it's probably somewhere. We'll have one made, no matter. I'll sort of hold it as best as I can. It probably left and right of me, extending quite far. Zero. Kneel.
Okay. And I do.
I turn around to him, so I'm
I've seen
facing him.
Shogun.
So I'm facing him now with the blade, like in between my arms, sort of like resting on it. This blade was wielded by a madman, blinded by ambition. Its blood stained by that ambition, more than once. Reach out your hands, Suzura.
Do so slowly.
Find a purpose for this blade that isn't just greed. Find one that is just. Find one that brings justice to the world. Can you do that for me?
Blade will no longer be used to bring fear. It will be used to defend those from it.
Now lay the blade into his hands. It is yours now, Azura.
I do not feel worthy of this honor, but I will bring as much honor as I can to it.
It was dishonored long before it took into your hands. You will bring honor to it. You will cleanse it of the unjust blood it has shed in the past.
And it would be my honor to do so.
Good. Rise, Azura.
Bow my head and then rise.
I'll turn around and I'll look at the cloth-covered remains of my mother. Let's just stand there for a few minutes.
I'll stand silently beside him.
Scath. For clarity of continuity, as the boys started walk, as Shozan wandered over towards the onsen, that's when you would have been coming back out, Saphira. You see Azura walk over towards the stocks, and then Scath still stood in the courtyard currently. Or did you follow them, Scath?
No, I would have been near enough, stood where we came in around the area, keeping an eye on like Jin, Zura, Zafira, everyone listening in, but just looking out, making sure no one jumps out, like try and does a surprise attack now that Jin comes up, Jin's comes back into Dōro Yōsai. Because obviously the free son was obviously hiding in plain sight, and with us coming back, I'm just keeping an overlook so no one tries out and keeping a weather eye on everyone. It's like I'm actively looking out.
Give me
Sonar
a
comes out of Scout's head.
yeah. Give me a perception check.
Perception. Where are we? Perception. Oh, that's not a bad roll to begin with. That'd be a 19.
Yeah, and give me a survival check.
I mean, oh, it's even better. That's be a 23.
Okay, noted.
But no, I'm just gonna let Jin grieve, Jin mourn, let him do what he needs to do, and then I'm just gonna, unless he needs my help I'm effectively just keeping a weather eye on the horizon, making sure, like I say, just looking out. Like submarine.
One ping only.
Okay. Zafira?
I think I'm gonna go over to the onsen as well.
Yep.
And
You kind of wander over and
Jin and the Zora. I'll just kind of watch him do this whole thing with the Zora and the sword and chopping off his father's fingers. And I'll just stand there and look at the covered body and then back towards the onsen and Jin.
Sort of get cut out of my trance. Seth.
Do you know if your mother had any keepsakes? Anything she carried around with her a lot? Anything that could still be here?
No idea.
Hmm.
If there was anything that was hers, it would have been in the castle. I sort of glanced slowly behind me. There's gonna be nothing left.
Well,
Might be something on her, but she was in the onsen.
I mean, anything like a hairpin, jewelry, something she would have with her, something that she liked.
I very softly removed the cloth from where her head would be. Just to check if there's anything still in her hair that would resemble something like that.
yeah, well, you know that obviously she had the side plait, and there's the kind of adorned with some small beads or pearls at the bottom, the hair ties, and then at the top, which kind of keeps it to one side, there is a hairpin.
Is there anything of that left?
Yeah, the hairpins there. So, you, like, without fully taking the cloth off and seeing your mother, you know that, like, despite having the onsen collapsed in on her and her sadly no longer being alive, she's not, like, battered, bruised, and bloodied, you know. Which has got like a pin that's essentially in the shape of the Dōro Yōsai crest, but not coloured. So it just kind of subtly blends in with her dark hair.
Right. All very softly holding her head. Remove the hairpin. My hand lingering for a moment on her head. Before putting the cloth back over her. And I'll hand the hairpin to Saphira.
Think you should keep it. Take her with you.
She was always with me, Saphira.
I know. She always will be. Is there anything else here of value to you that you're missing?
I wanted to make sure the tree was still there. People were okay. There's some items I would like to find, but that can come later.
What are those?
I had a room once, you know?
Yes, but I mean...
There might have been a practice sword that might have been useful. I need a banner. We had a war banner.
A war banner.
I wonder if it's still underneath there somewhere.
What did it look like?
Banner of Dōro Yōsai adorned with steel. Didn't come out very often, as you might imagine.
I'll look over at the castle. Oh,
That's probably all ashes now.
Who knows? Where was your room? Approximately.
Where did you stay?
No, I think we went to the right side of the castle and then up.
So if I remember
Across from
correctly,
that.
left back was Fall's room. Always loud from that corner.
Yep.
You know what's even louder? You know what's even louder? Having a room next to him.
Oh.
I learned discipline from an early age.
Oh. You also learned about journaling from an early age by the sounds of it.
Don't remind me.
Sorry. No, but if it's... Do you think your father kept it there? In your room?
He might not have, but Mother would have.
Okay.
Nak would most likely have.
Okay, give me a bit, and I'll head over to the ruins of the castle, and I will try to locate it.
Just before you go, though, I say to you and point out the fact that your sword is on the rack.
Thank you. I'll pick it up. But yes, I will go over to the ruins of the castle and kind of try and make my way through the rubble as best as I can. To like approximately where I would assume the rooms would have been above, and then
give me. So, as you approach the castle, you can tell it's fucked. Whilst there are still some accessible corridors, there's a lot of collapsed in on itself bits. It's hard to tell where you are. You can either give me investigation with disadvantage, or give me straight investigation, and it's going to take you a lot longer. Like, a lot longer. Also, while we're deliberating, Biggie, refresh your sheet
I mean, can I
and have a look at that.
can I use my ring of telekinesis to kind of clear
Hmm.
myself a path? Right.
Yeah.
What the I mean, I'll take a nat 20 investigation.
Nice.
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 Meh, 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 meh. Yeah, so using your ring as well as the nat 20, you realise that because you've got to move things with the telekinesis, you can't, you're not rebuilding any, you're just moving things out of the way so you can get through.
Things.
So you take your time, and it's not just get out the fucking way. You're conscious that certain things you might move might just, you're in a collapsed building, basically.
Yeah.
So you carefully move things so that you can get through using the power of the ring. Start moving things out the way.
The One Ring.
The One Ring. Carefully making your way through towards the bedrooms, which are now difficultly a mix of on the floor they were on and the floor below, and it's kind of hard to tell which room was exactly which.
Mm-hmm.
But you get to that area.
Okay, so since I haven't seen it, but it's been described to me, and I can locate an object of a particular kind.
Cast in locate object.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so remind me exactly what you're trying to achieve here. What you're trying to find, sorry.
This war banner adorned with steel that Jin was talking about.
Okay. I'll tie it into that nat 20 investigation. You keep the thought close in your mind. You're really solid in this purpose. You really want to find it. And because of your ring, you realise that it's a godsend. It's going to make things a lot easier. You realise it would have been a fucking nightmare having to manually dig your way through the gaff. But yeah, knock off another spell slot. You cast locate object.
Yep.
Even with the ring, it's going to take you a good 20 minutes to half an hour to safely get to it and get back out. Because even in some parts, you're essentially moving stuff to get you in and then having to essentially build yourself inside the rubble to then be able to move something else. You realise it's
a task.
It's, yeah. But yeah, so Severa disappears for a good half hour. But she's confidently retrieving the banner.
I need shovels, is there? Help me find some shovels.
Of course.
Maybe, oddly enough, a pickaxe, considering my father saw fit to pave around the ever-blooming cherry blossom.
I'll see what I can find and where I should begin to look.
I have no idea in this rubble, honestly. Maybe we can go down to town, I don't know. And speak to Zarazella as well, to be honest. See if she can identify these rings.
Good idea. Should we get Scaff to come with us, or?
Probably. I need someone to keep an eye on Azura, though.
Hold up.
Tell you what, you look for shovels here. I'll take Scaff down.
Hold up, huh?
Look after who?
Look after him.
Who now?
I don't think you meant me, but I know.
No, that's fair. Sorry, yeah.
They're both blue dragonborn. I get it.
The pretty dragonborn, not my.
Yeah.
Basically
You know
the
what I mean.
same.
Yeah, they're particular. Yeah, they're exactly the same. What do you mean they're twins? What? Zora, you look up here. I'll take Scaff down below. Check up with his sister.
I'll try and find the soldier who's in charge. See if he's around.
Yeah, you look back over towards the courtyard of the guardhouse. It's not really a guardhouse anymore. The once guardhouse. And you can see that there's a couple of the other guys that are now getting to their feet. Some of them are just like, fuck this. Drinking from water skins, having a bit of ration and just chilling. But you can see a couple of them now are dusting themselves off. They've bandaged up some of the looser wounds and stuff. And there's Armin and 3 dudes basically getting ready to move out.
I'll go, excuse me. Sorry to bother you.
No. Welcome, honoured guest.
Jin is looking for some shovels or pickaxes. Do you know where I might be able to find some around here?
We will have some tools. We may have better luck down in the village where the farmers and the worksmen are. I could probably find a shovel of sorts, and it kind of turns to the guardhouse. Maybe it may take some time to dig through.
I'll certainly give it a try and have a look in there. I know that Jane is heading down into the village. She may have more luck down there, but I'll certainly try and have a look.
We will also try to find tools in the village.
Thank you anyway. And you don't need to call me guest. You call me Azora. I'm here as a friend, not your guest anymore.
Okay, Azora, thank you. He kind of nods to the other men, gives you a shallow bow, and starts making his way towards the gate.
And we'll head to, like I said, trying to dig through, find some tools maybe.
Okay, give me an investigation check with disadvantage. As you approach, are you going inside or what?
I would have gone around the outside first, looking
Okay.
for...
Good. Because even if you looked inside, apart from the 3 unconscious but no longer mortally wounded and moaning men, unless you plan to dig your way through the inside of a collapsed building, it's going to be a fucking nightmare.
I mean, why not, right?
Without a ring of telekinesis.
Let's just pull all these stones out. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah.
Play Jenga with a building that you're inside.
That's an 8.
8.
Squid Games.
An 8, you look around, can't find a shovel. You imagine, if anything, there probably would have been some kind of locker, armory, tool shed, something, but it's probably a room on the inside. And that guardhouse is mostly collapsed in on itself. You could by all means try, but it will take you a good while of digging through a collapsed building to maybe find the area that there may have been a shovel.
Yeah, I'll give it like 5 minutes of just having a quick think about like, nah, I'm not getting anywhere with this. Leave it at that, and
yeah, even passively, you're conscious that even if you do start digging your way through, any stone you pick up could just Jenga the rest of the building. It's like probably not fucking worth it to find a shovel.
Yeah.
Even if there is a shovel in there, it may have just been destroyed by the collapsed building. Fuck it.
It's toothpicks now.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that, and I'll head back into the main square and just see if there's anyone that needs any help.
At this point, mate, beyond those that are still resting in the courtyard and your friends near the onsen, you look at the massive, now unfortunately getting a bit warm in the Kerecekian air. Just the mass of dead bodies and dry blood all over the courtyard. There's many guardsmen. There's many individuals that were clearly in on the event. Even passively now, because you kind of know what you're looking for. You see subtle references hidden in the weave of the robage, printed on the underside of collars, just subtly here, there. Amongst these people, there's the notion of that symbol.
I'm gonna go to a few of those bodies and maybe have a look, see if there's anything that I can use to identify who they are, any inkling as to why they've done what they've done, who they're allied with, if anyone.
How long do you want to spend doing this?
Maybe half an hour.
Okay.
Just through different corpses.
Okay, give me an investigation check. I will lower the DC slightly because you're spending a good half hour going through the bodies. More than just having a glance, you know. Loot that body.
Investigation, is that a 16? That's an 18. So that's a 21.
21. So you busy yourself over the course of the next half hour. Severa's busied herself over the course of the next half hour. You start routing your way through a lot of the, there's been grievous wounds to most of these people. A lot of them are expressing faces of pain, anguish. This has not been comfortable anger. Some are just stern. Some are just blank-faced, eyes wide open. It's just...
One thing I will say I'm going to do it carefully.
Okay.
Especially when reaching into pockets in case they've got sharp things in their pockets.
Bastard. No, I'm joking.
Coated in poison.
With your 21, like you can see there's various weapons are you asked about weapons littering the whole courtyard?
Unless
there's
they
a lot
stand
of
out
swords
as something out of place.
I mean, realistically, it's mostly daggers, swords, clubs, the odd bow and arrow. Was there's stuff there. I mean, if Scath wanted to top up his arrows, he could probably fill a few quivers. There's stuff there, but it's just whether you want to just go on a looting parade and just fucking loot gremlin everything.
I'm not looting. I mean, investigation mode.
Yeah. Okay. So you check through what you can. Most of them are just simply robed. You know, they're not like tooled up to the nines. They're not fully armored. They're not, you know, they were there for a quick attack. And like the more you investigate and you see the similar nature of them all, you can see a couple of them. You know, there was at least one that was in and amongst the Onsen ladies. You find her body. You see that it was targeted. They had a job to do. And whilst most of them were fighting, it was mostly fighting to defend themselves and to attack the guards and stuff. But their purpose was to achieve, well, whatever they wanted to achieve. I suppose it's still up for debate at the minute, even if it is getting a bit more obvious. Give me a dexterity saving throw. I'll say with advantage because you were being careful.
With advantage, 18.
18. You do find on two of them 2 more darts that have it seems wooden plug on the end. One of them, hence the saving throw, it looks like as they've fallen over, they've landed on it, and the wooden plug has split, and you can then see through the plug there is some of this black liquid on the end of it. So it's essentially unused. It's not. They've not fell on it and it's gone into them. They fell on it and it snaps the plug. So you could probably reasonably guess the other one that is still plugged is a completely unexpended dart. And seeing this other one, it's also reasonable to assume that it's probably also got this black shit on it. Whether this one is still usable, or, I mean, you found 2 darts, one of them's got a broken plug on the end, one of them's still plugged.
As I'm looking through now, can I find, do any of them have like a thick leather pouch that I could put these in?
There's a few of them have simple bits of pouch and stuff, you know, obviously like they're carrying them, but most of them are just like robed people blending in with the populace. You can get a pouch to keep them in.
Yeah, I was going to look for something like a thicker leather pouch, but so it wouldn't have a chance to poke through the side of the pouch if I did.
Yeah, fuck it, you can find a relatively thick leather pouch. We'll just say one of them that had one of the darts, it was in a thicker leather pouch. For safety.
Yeah, I'm going to take those. Anything else?
On the one that had the unbroken dart, in the pouch with the dart, you do find a small note. 2 small notes. One very thinly rolled, with a little bit of red cordage attached to it. Did you see Scath's note? Or did he only show it to Saphira?
He showed it to us when we were in the house, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So, similar to Scath's note, you know, beware of the 3-son, you know, forgive me, I forget exactly what it was. But it's basically another one of them. So you get the vibe that someone was tasked with either someone had it, so someone was planning to warn whoever they could. So you get the feeling from that, I suppose, that even though this was going on, a warning was still passed on. And so this was probably the person that was probably a double agent, you know. If they were they were obviously working in secret against the Shozan clan, but they still had a couple of these notes to try to warn people, you know.
I believe it said, the note what I got was, watch out for the free sun, just make space.
And that's what it says. And it's got that little bit of red cordage that was essentially, it'd be rolled up, put into a dart, and as Scath's was, blown up, and then you can pull it out, pull the note out of the dart. So you find another one of them. So it's reasonable to assume whether there was multiple of them. And then you think, well, if they've got this coordinated attack, there's probably not multiple double agents. So you basically found the person that warned Scath. And you read it, and it's still... I mean, you can deduce whatever you want to deduce, but I suppose it's still confusing as to what make space means, but... But even though they were there to make a warning, they still had a plugged dart, so...
Depending who they ran into, it was either warn or murder.
Yeah. And in that pouch, along with... so on a couple of them, including this person, you find another note that has a symbol on it. I'm not going to describe the symbol just yet. We will see. We will see. It has a symbol on it, and underneath it says, "The sons have returned. Strike when ready."
I'll look at that and be like, it's like they knew or they were coming home.
In fact, fuck it. Give me a history check.
History. Five.
Nah, I'm not going to describe the symbol.
Yikes.
But you've not found that on any of the others. So you imagine that if this person was a double agent, a double, that they've probably kept that on purpose. And given that none of the others had it, they've probably got rid of it on purpose. And then there was one or two others that still had one that maybe didn't have chance to get rid of it.
Almost as though if it went wrong for him, he was hoping that this would be found.
Give me an intelligence check.
Yes, the barbarian. The intelligence checks. Hey, 18.
18.
I fought.
I did a think. You stand up.
A thought.
You yeah. Bloop. Oh, popped out a thought. Point of psychic damage. You stand up and you take a step back and you kind of look at these notes that you found. You put the plugged items away. You kind of look around all the people you've searched. Maybe it's just coincidence. Maybe it's just the way people fell. Who knows in the heat of battle but you look at this guy, and there is, comparative to the mass of other dead bodies that have been fighting each other, there is a good 3-4 feet gap all the way around him.
Hmm. So there's no Shozan guards around him that have fallen, or
There's just like like compared to other bodies that like some are lying on top of each other where they fell, you know what I mean? But this guy specifically, it's like
it's
a good 3-4 foot gap all the way around him, like he's in his own space.
to me, it's like as though he wants to stand out. The fact that he, from the crowd, shall we say, wants
Reasonable
to be.
assumption.
Doesn't want to just be in a tangle of bodies as just another body. Okay. Oh. Yeah, once I've done that and done me thinking, I'll head back over to where the stocks and that were. And
Okay.
I'll just wait for Zafira to finish doing what she's doing.
Yeah, obviously the stock's having a straight view from the front of the castle. You wait for Severa to come out. And like reasonably, she'd emerge at a similar-ish time, within a couple of minutes of you waiting by the stocks. She'd come out after her half-hour venture through the crystal maze. So Scath, while these are off on their half-hour jaunts, were you going down to the village with Shozan Jin? What are you doing?
I would have walked up to Scaff and be like, I need to find some jewels down below in town. Care to join me?
Yeah, you'll notice Scaff is literally like just scanning the horizon.
It's locked in.
And he'll just nod.
I'll put a hand on your shoulder. Relax, Scaff. If they wanted me dead now, they would have done it.
Like being locked in for the time you've been scanning. It's just the warm air, the bit of breeze, because you are elevated, of course, being upper Dōro Yōsai. But other than the tinge of copperish blood on the air, or the smell of drying blood on the air, it's quiet.
No, you're right, but it's always worth to just keep an eye out. Because, as you know, in war, what's a good time to, strike again without notice? When people are reeling in from the attack that's already happened. When people's guards are down, that's when people drop the guards, and that's when people can get assassinated a lot easier.
I haven't broken down crying yet, Scaff. My guard is not dropped.
And it won't be around me, my friend.
Not if you keep this up. Come. I need at least one pickaxe and at least one shovel. So let's go find some.
Just walk side of him. How are you holding up, Jin?
By By a sliver, friend. Burying my mother in a few hours. We'll see after that.
And it'll be a beautiful send off.
Yeah. That it will be. She'll be laying underneath one of the few things that were peaceful in this place.
The cherry blossoms are a wondrous sight.
They regrow at night, let go during the day. Every single night and every single day. The winds blowing around the castle were always pink with the petals of the tree. Always.
Jin, give me a wisdom save.
A 22.
Cool.
I'll just be walking down the ramp, passing the second and the first level into town.
Scaff, give me a wisdom save before you get there.
Okay, wisdom save. Okay. 18.
Okay.
I've lost my train of thought.
Sorry, mate. You were saying, I know you were saying...
Thought for another time, actually.
Fair enough, Scaff. Now, if I don't... My memory doesn't fail me, there should be a blacksmith around here somewhere.
As you make your way down that first layer and the second layer where it's not necessarily upper market, but like some of the better houses are, then onto the third layer, you can see that there are still splatterings of blood on this lower ramp where that first engagement happened with Azura and Val surrounded by the guards. You catch up with the few guards and Armin that came down the hill, and they are with 5 of the now 8 Locktorpian guards that you know should be there, and Serazella's not with this group. You can see there's a couple of members of the public that are talking to this group of guards, but there's not like a crowd. You imagine if there ever was a crowd, it's been dispersed, and most questions have been answered, and people are just quietly getting on with things that are necessity. You can kind of tell there's not a general hustle and bustle in the village. Most people are in their homes. It's just people out doing things that, maybe even getting a little bit of stocking up from the farms. For just a few people about.
Before we do obviously catch up with, and obviously before the Locktorpian guards go back with, obviously, my sister, is there anything else you needed from her before she does inevitably go back to Locktorpian, because she will be back going soon? I heard you.
My father carried 3 rings on him. We need those identified. Other than that, I think I'm gonna ask her to extend a small regiment of people to maybe reinforce them here for a longer period. Obviously, the toll cannot be maintained. That's out of the window. But the tribes from the mountains. There's a reason we were here, Scaff.
I'm aware of the stories.
They'll smell an opportunity soon enough.
Unfortunately, if not already making moves.
Potentially, that's something I have to talk to her about as well. Actually, now there's no one listening, I might as well tell you.
Hmm?
And look, Torpion, when we said to the guards that Dōro Yōsai had fallen, and one of them went really quickly to a sending stone and scurried off. Your sister doesn't communicate in her inner circles in the language of thieves, does she?
It's been 10 years since I've last seen her, but until we came back, but as far as I'm aware, it's not a language or underhandedness she would play in.
Suspected as much. The news was relayed further away, Scuff. And the guard had remnants of dragon scale on the sides of his neck. My suspicions are they know. Especially considering the last words that were spoken. The path was open, something along those lines. The road is paved. I'm still a little new to the whole code, but that was the gist of it. Which means someone was waiting for this to happen, Scaff. Which means someone within your sister's guard does not work for the benefit of Loktorpian. Which is only normal in a city that size, a guard regiment that size, but she still needs to know.
She can't fight two fronts.
She cannot.
Loktorpian it's a big city, but there's not enough manpower to defend both Dōro Yōsai and Loktorpian.
This place wouldn't need defending, Scaff. What it would need is one or two people to coordinate for a short amount of time. I need to take stock of what officers, or at least senior members we still have left. Put them in charge.
If only Steel didn't go.
From what little I saw of Steel, she would be bored here.
She's a very good tactical commander.
Yes, but
she would
there's
have
no riches
been,
left here.
It's nothing to do with riches. It would have been somebody here I could trust in defending your home and coordinating them with a straight and clear mind.
Well, true. She would have been bored out of her skull.
Because that way, Sarazella can focus on Loktorpian, and then another one would be able to focus on Dōro Yōsai for the short time.
I'll ask. We'll see what she can provide. If not, then the guard here are experienced. They know what's going on. They'll be able to manage, but
just don't want to stretch her too thin, if you understand.
I do.
But end of the day, it's definitely worth mentioning.
I'll mention her potential problem. I'm worried. We were a barrier, Scaff. That's what my father was given this place for. He built the castle, but we were a deterrent.
Dōro Yōsai has been that fist that guards the realm, as it was.
In a
As
way.
much as you dislike your father, he did have some merits for some things.
He did. It's not the results that always worried me, Scaff. It's the methods by which he achieved them.
And who he wrongs up the wrong way along that line.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll look at the castle behind me or what's left of it. You see the results of it up there.
Like you mentioned earlier, it will be rebuilt and can be rebuilt. And I have no doubt it will be rebuilt into a beacon of hope.
Val comes back. There'll be a brothel, I'm sure. I'll just sort of like look frustrated up to the sky, a little, with a slight smile on my face.
Journaling
Like,
club.
Anyway, let's say hi to the guards and to those people, shall we? And I'll sort of walk towards the group of guards.
Oh, God damn it, Val.
Come on, squad leader.
As you
Yes,
make
Shozan.
your way down the bottom of the ramp where the guards are, they all kind of take a step to the side to allow you to continue walking. Out of standing next to one of the nearby houses, where that original group was that first, well, where the dart came from that hit Val. You see there is a lady stood with a male, could be a couple. A bonnet, a loose silken bonnet over her head, wearing some simple robes in the warmth. And she approaches with a bouquet of flowers, hands them or offers them out to Jin.
I'll stop for a moment and look at her.
She kind of just has her head
Did you
bowed.
lose someone?
We all did. Third son.
Then please. Tonight we'll start bringing out the bodies. Save those flowers for your loved ones.
We have flowers for ours. These are for yours, third son.
And I'll carefully take them. And I'll take a deep bow in return.
She gets lower.
Please. It is I who should thank you, not the other way around.
She kind of gently stands up. Like completely uncharacteristically, she just puts a hand on your shoulder while you've bowed. Just gives you a gentle squeeze and then just backs off.
Spread the word if you can. We're bringing out the wounded and the dead. So that people can say goodbye in their own ways. Perform their own rituals. Ground will be made available for burial. And ground will be made available for burning.
Make sure you take time for yourself as well. We will be fine. We're all
Feels
strong
beautiful.
here.
And I'll bow to her shortly again and rejoin Scaff.
So they walk off.
Like an arrow watching this. You make one wrong move, motherfucker.
Man's had his bow ready.
Like the lizard eyes going.
Not a chameleon. Come on.
Scanning for hairstyles.
Scanning first time.
Like, I may as well use the alert feat correctly.
True.
Yeah. My man can't be surprised. It's a shame he was
I'll
the
look up
only
that.
one that was in the courtyard and nowhere near anything kicking off.
Yeah. Should have brought him journaling.
The offer was there. Going to the village. Do some journaling. Oh, fun. As you're kind of talking, flying down from somewhere nearby, Sarazella lands along with the other 3 guards, and they all converge, meeting up with yourselves and the other group of guards. The Superman land and into a walk.
Nice.
What would you have us do, Jin?
Removing the bodies tonight, burning the enemies. Any help with that would probably be appreciated. The remaining Dōro Yōsai guard will start doing that in a few hours. Get some final rest in before they do.
And we
I have
will
a
all.
favor to ask of you specifically.
Yes.
I'll pull out the 3 rings. These are my father's. They're magical in nature, that much I know. But I don't know exactly what they do. My brother had an idea about 2 of them. But I would like it confirmed, if you're at all possible and able.
What was your brother's thoughts? May help speed up the identification.
One of them has something to do with the mind. And the other probably was what kept us constrained in the stocks upstairs. The other one, I'm not entirely sure. But if I'm to hazard a guess, it's going to be Fae related.
Okay. I could either do it quickly, or I could take some time and ritually identify them.
I'd much rather that you take your time, Zarazal. Don't overexert yourself unnecessarily.
Well, my men have all agreed to help wherever we can. We will stay longer if needed, but unless needed, our plan will be to head back to Loctorpian just before final rest this evening. So you've got us as long as you need today, and longer if needed.
With that, can we have a private chat?
Yes.
I think Jin has got, something that you need to know.
Something that you need to know and something I need to ask.
And it's best having private for this conversation for the time being.
You can, with passive insight, you can see a slight curling of the side of her. She shows a little bit of gum, just briefly. She ain't stupid. Someone asks the captain of a guard for a private chat. Probably gonna fucking complain about something. Let me identify these and then my mind will be clear. And then she kind of very subtly rolls her eyes, anticipating what bullshit's gone across her doorstep in a bit.
Some bullshit.
Bullshit.
Help them as needed. Thank you for your time. You will be repaid. If you need me, I will be over by that tree. Please don't disturb me unless needed. And then she nods to everyone, and you see, like, that subtle, almost imperceivable blue hand appears in front of you. Jin.
The rings.
I'll pull them out and sort of awkwardly put them down.
Yeah, just as if you're putting them in a hand. You see the hand closes and then floats next to Sozella. It's a right hand, but on her left side.
Yeah.
As we discussed, because of Hero Forge, but because thematically it's cool, she's only got a right hand, and so her
superior hands.
Yeah, her mage hand manifests as a right hand on the left, and then she walks over to a nearby tree and sits down, and you see
on the left side. I don't have one.
Yeah, rather than the usual scratching of runes on the plate on her book. She's more kind of just sits and just seems to be gently tracing patterns with the pad of her finger rather than the nail. And she sits and closes her eyes, starts concentrating.
Keep an eye on her. Don't interrupt her.
The guards kind of nod.
Blacksmith.
Let's go.
I will make my way to where I sort of remember there being a blacksmith at one point in time.
Yeah, easily done.
See, I was walking you guys around Loctopia, knowing where to go. You were paying favour, here.
If only it was done in happier times, Gaff. There's a few places that you might have enjoyed around this place. Don't think he still lives around here, but there was a druid here once. Odd fellow. Interesting, though.
I mean, every town or city's got a person like that. Village crazy person.
Village crazy person single-handedly responsible for saving harvests. I don't know. I'll take it.
So somewhat of a local legend then in your village.
Yeah. I don't know about that. He was a bit weird. But he helped out where he could, I suppose. Alright. Blacksmith. I'll sort of knock on the door if there's anyone inside.
Yeah, you knock on the door. You see, compared to most of the other buildings, this building is slightly, like, you passively pick up on the walls seem a little bit darker. You can feel the warmth permeating from the building. And the sliding door opens. You see a hobgoblin chap. Completely shaved head. Just a bit of a stubbly buzz on the top, sweat on his brow. It just slides. Yeah. Oh, puts his hands by his side and bows. Oh,
No need to bow. Just here asking for a favor.
yeah. Stands up.
Pair of shovels and a pickaxe if you have one. I have a grave to dig.
Oh, easily done. How many? I have spare tools, replacement
Just a pair
tools,
of shovels
repairing
if you have.
tools.
There's a shovel and maybe two shovels, maybe a pickaxe.
He just nods, heads into the back.
Yeah, we
Here's
have a
some-
bucket.
Yes, no problem. Hear a bit of clattering of metals and wood. He comes out with 3 shovels, 2 pickaxes, and 2 buckets inside each other.
That'll do. How you holding up?
You can tell he's kind of a bit taken aback by the third son being at his doorstep. I will be honest, I don't mean to express ignorance, but I wasn't really aware of what was happening until it was already mostly over.
No, that makes sense. It happened really quickly.
Other than the rousing noise of disgruntled or worried villagers, I was kind of in my own world. Hit the forge, and he kind of wipes sweat across his brow and just leaves a dirt stain across his forehead. Soot stain.
If you've lost anyone, we're going to start to bring out the dead.
I'm both blessed and cursed to be on my own, third son. I'm keep to myself.
Understood. Well, does
If
anyone
you-
you want to say goodbye to tonight would be the chance to do that.
I will pay my respects nonetheless. If you need another strong pair of arms, the forge can always wait.
I think the remaining guard would appreciate that. There is an
See, he kind of
unfortunate amount of
winces.
bodies to move.
When you say remaining, he kind of winces a little at the thought. Yes, of course, I'll clean up and make myself available.
If there's any farmhands you know of that can help as well, that would be appreciated. Again, an unfortunate amount of bodies that need to be moved.
Understood.
I'll give him a bow.
Kind of awkwardly bows again. You can tell that he knows he should, but doesn't really do it often enough to. It's like, oh shit, yeah, I need to bow as well.
I stand straight as an arrow.
Yeah.
I kind of chuckle at it, and no need to be nervous. I'm not my father.
Yet.
Give him a stomach punch. Thank you for the tools. I
And anytime.
cannot say what state they'll be returned in. They'll see a lot of use, I fear.
That's what tools are here for. And that's what the forge can fix.
Thank you. As other this to say, have a good day. And I'll, with the tools in hand, maybe like, Gaff, like, hold the buckets, will you?
You know I can't
Yeah.
shoot from holding shit.
I'll drop it if we need to fight.
Right.
And I'll start
Right.
making my way back to the ramp. If nothing happens, then up the ramp and to the inner courtyard again.
Yeah, there's a few other people that kind of stop and give polite bows as you're walking past, giving you plenty of space.
I'll sort of keep spreading the news that we'll start bringing out the dead later today. So if anyone wants to say goodbye or find their loved ones to bury, they can start doing that tonight.
I'm gonna say when he's doing that, because I've not stopped being alert and scanning. I'm gonna be looking to seeing if anyone acts differently when he's saying that. I don't know if anybody's going to be stupid enough to wear the symbol of the free sun, or if I can see a glimpse of it. But that's what I'm going to be looking at when Jin's saying this as we're going past.
Yeah, give me perception or investigation.
What's that? I mean, they're still the same as each other, so I don't think that's good enough. It's a 17.
I mean, you look out, you don't notice any other symbology. You don't notice anyone acting weird. Most people are just respectfully nodding. A few people respond with thanks. You can see a few people are quite clearly upset and emotional, and when Jin speaks, that a couple of them kind of then gently break down a bit, and the realization that whatever's happened has happened and things are progressing, even though it's been such a short term. Everyone's clearly trying to just get on with their days in the village and then it kind of becomes apparent that whilst everyone's been kept calm, no one's been fully informed about what's happened, so as to not spread panic. So I think the news that there's been loss and things have happened, it all kind of sets in for a few people, and a wave of emotion kind of comes across the village.
Yeah. So when we get to a place where there's not really many people around us, it's like, Jin, let's have a minute.
Gaff.
I know it's a hard time. It's going to hit you like a truck.
I don't doubt it.
When I lost my love, it hit me like a truck. I pushed people away. I went in a spiral of, well, that's another story. But
Well, you ended up a guard in Saugard of all places, so I can imagine the spiral, friend.
I ran away. I pushed people away. I just, Don't let it do that to you. You've got somebody here. Like, nod up towards, like, where Zafira is up that area. It's like,
I'll sort of throw him like a stupid smile, like, oh.
She's there for you. Remember that.
I know, Scaff.
Take comfort in that.
And I've already run away once. Don't you worry.
But
I'm not running away again.
I'm a friend. I can only help you so much and make you laugh as so much and whatnot, but when it comes down to grieving, it comes out of nowhere and it does hit you, and yeah, she is going to be the one that helps you with that.
I know.
And hurry up, because I want to start making fun.
Well, I have a shovel, so I can't hit you in the back of the head. Would that make you forget?
No. But you're mentioning other people to grieve tonight. You need to do the same. Be with her when you do, because you do need to grieve as well. If not for your father, but especially for your mother.
My gut's telling me that man is alive, Scaff. He is too stubborn, and fate has not ever been so kind on me to have me be that lucky. Oh, he's alive.
But, like I said,
He's down one arm, though, so maybe next time we'll have even odds. Who knows?
would that make him...
Shozan Cadded Armless. Harmless? No.
Out of respect, I will hold what I was going to say. But, like I said, grieve for your mother and be with her at the same time.
I intend to, Scaff. I intend to.
Good man. Right, let's go, shall we? Oh,
If you're offering, we have a grave to dig.
oh shit! I forgot about that. So he wouldn't have he wouldn't have picked that up yet. He wouldn't have been looking. No, yeah, let's. As much as I would like, I'll be looking out as always. I believe that's your honour to dig that grave.
You want me to dig 6 feet of a hole on my own, Scaff?
You've got your pupil, right?
You know what? You have a point.
You've taken him under your tutelage. I'm the lookout.
Ah, lookout. Right. You'll be carrying buckets.
I do want some of them arrows, though. As much devastation as they caused, they looked handy.
I just realized something, Scaff.
Mm.
I need an arm back.
Elaborate.
I once had it told to me that if you want to find someone, you need
need a-
something of theirs. Now, what would be better than an actual part of themselves? Not that I'm going to be looking for my old man actively, mind you, but if the need ever arises.
Would the sword technically count, even though you've give it to a juror?
Maybe. But after tonight, it won't technically be his anymore.
Maybe not an arm, maybe a finger.
I was thinking of, a nice big bone like this one. Put it in a bag of holding. You know?
Wait. Yeah, okay. So I worry about you sometimes, Jin. I mean, that's just.
You worry about me?
I mean, I'm sure there's less gruesome things we could find that was his.
Yeah. But something that was his is always going to work better.
I'm not a mage, so I couldn't actually say.
I've just heard talk of it. Anyway, grave to dig, arm to find,
Jesus.
grieve, help people move bodies, collapse, cry,
Journaling.
oh, just give him a side eye.
What?
Nothing, Scaff. And at this point, we enter the courtyard.
Fast forward to shut Scaff up.
Just for the sake of time passing and Jin and Scath making their way through the village and being stopped by villagers and passing on the news and having their conversations and stuff, we will timey-wimey say that everyone just gave themselves half-hour tasks. And
That works.
as you approach the bottom of the ramp, conveniently, Cerazella appears to have just finished with the rings.
I mean, why me? A day is now 26 hours. It's fine.
Well, I've just done half an hour. It's past half an hour.
It's a fantasy world. The day can be as long or as short as you want.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
Blue box appearing somewhere and leaving. It's fine.
So she approaches. Before we have this private word, let me talk to you about these rings.
Please do.
So the first one, and probably the most obvious, was the Ring of the Stocks. The golden ring with the blue gem bearing the glyph of the Hold Person spell. It was a ring made for Shozan Jin with the acquisition of the pair of stocks in Dōro Yōsai. The original intention uses charges of the ring to empower the stocks. Separately, if one was to attune to the ring, it will allow the attuned user to cast Hold Person once per day. The second ring gave me a bit of trouble. I had to identify it twice because my first attempt was blocked by what I suppose, I don't know how arcanely attuned you all are, but there are counter magics. It's a thing. The ring had some kind of protective mechanism to try to stop one prying into its meaning. Whether that would stop someone being able to locate it, etc. I believe it was some kind of disguising mechanism. Anyway, I got past it. I identified it again. This one is the Ring of Shadow and Ash. It is the platinum ring with the smooth black gemstone. And she holds it up to the light. You can see it has a subtle swirling of black energy within. I saw flashes of darkness and silhouetted figures as I was concentrating on the ring. But I believe this one was a gift from an otherworldly benefactor. The original intention allowed the summoning and control of Fey shadow fairies. Separately, the ring would allow an attuned user to cast the Conjure Fey spell once per day. whether it still is intrinsically linked to these Fey shadow fairies, or I got a strong sense that it was originally a gift, so perhaps now you've taken it off your father's severed arm, maybe the original impact, maybe it doesn't work as it used to, maybe it still does, who knows. But someone would need to attune to it to see what happens. But it seems ominous, so, you know, gifts from otherworldly beings, who knows?
He's meddling beyond his reach.
And the third ring, the platinum ring with the blue stone, with the green specks of energy within, I believe you mentioned something to do with the mind. Maybe your brother was confused slightly, but it's a ring of spell storing. So perhaps that was what your brother meant by something to do with the mind. It has memorizational capabilities that allow users to store spells within to be called upon at a later time.
Thank you. This is appreciated. Helps a lot. Ooh.
I had no doubt you would be able to identify them.
No problem. So, this private word.
Yeah. Jin?
Let's go to the cherry tree.
The cherry tree.
It's probably the most secluded place around here right now.
Okay. We can walk and talk. I believe the path is clear.
Honestly, yes. I'll start with my request. I'm not going to be able to stay here. Not now. So for tonight, I hope to find out who's the most senior person left in the guard. I think one of the guard I met earlier probably is it.
I
I'm gonna
think
promote
I
him.
briefly met it. Armin, I think his name was.
Yes. I'm gonna promote him. He's not gonna like it, but he was the only one who took initiative, so
They all seem very honor bound, so happy to do what they can.
Yes.
I think they're all mostly thankful to still be alive given this.
yeah. I'm gonna start cleaning this up tonight. If we don't, disease will set in and worse.
No, of course.
If there's anyone that is probably going to be a little bit more experienced than him with dealing with these sorts of things, if you could spare anyone for a short period of time to help him settle in. I don't expect Moktorpian can spare many, and I wouldn't ask. With Dōro Yōsai gone, the tribes in the mountains are probably going to take advantage pretty soon. You're gonna have your hands full.
I'm sure I could spare a few experienced guards. I do have the fortunate arcane abilities to be able to get around. I've I've heard from your brother. I believe he went to the cathedral, spoke to the clerics, and she kind of briefly turns to Scath, so they have returned now.
Mm.
He requested them send a message on his behalf, and she kind of does the ugh. It seems he's still unable to. But he sent a message to express that whilst he is currently out of Arcane Commission, he doesn't want to be left entirely alone. So if he wants to, if it is welcoming from you, we could get him perhaps in an advisory position as well, even if he was disguised. I think that would take his mind off things as well, and perhaps alleviate some of your concerns if he is.
I really need him to do what I asked him to do. He's the only one I can trust with that.
I did mention to Jin, if only Steel didn't go off, I know she would have been able to somebody help out.
I could reach out to her.
Because if she could be here as Nak's effectively twin, be there as an advisory and also protect him.
I need him in the Tri-Peaks, Scaff.
We could reach out to Steel. The other thing that he did mention was that whilst he was able to, again, I'm not sure if you're aware of the arcane capabilities, but the teleportation circle spell allows one to teleport to any circle that one knows the glyph signature of. Now, if a wizard or a mage was to cast that spell every day for a year in the same location, then the circle becomes permanent. And so Nak expressed that he had created a circle within the castle secretly, but then she kind of gestures to the castle, but we're going to need to be able to find it. But if we could clear a way to the circle, that will make transporting to and from Locktorpian and Dōro Yōsai a lot cheaper on the old
Agreed.
arcane, and she pats the book at her side.
Agreed.
So that's another thing.
I'll leave that as a command with Harmon before we go. Zarzella, have we told you what we set out to do?
She looks confused for a second. I've had so much on my mind that I can't remember if you did. So feel free to bring me up to speed once again.
Look at Scaff real quick, and I'll nod at him.
Mm-hmm.
We're currently in possession of one of 3 artifacts that, when combined from the information that we have, open up an active gateway to the Fae.
Delightful.
The people that we have taken the first one from weren't very keen on cooperating and almost burned down Salgard for it. We believe their motives to be not in anyone's but their own favor. What we intend to do is find all three before they do. And what I intended to do is to find a way to destroy them. Or neutralize them. I've asked my brother if he could, if he was able, to do research into methods of doing so. I understand from his words that potentially that can be extremely hard. But unless we have a way of making sure that these items can never be used in conjunction with each other, we might have a permanent portal to the Fae on this continent soon.
I've had enough of portals. Jesus.
I've had enough of Fae, and I've only met the Black Fairy kind.
And, I mean, how long is it since we left Salgard now?
A few weeks.
Coming up to, what, nearly a month now?
Yeah.
I mean...
As much as I would like my brother to be here, Sarazella, I need him in a place where he can do what he needs to do.
Absolutely. I will... Okay.
If you could spare someone to guide, possibly Armand here, in the finer details of running a small contingent of guards, because I have no longer any officers to teach him, that would be appreciated too.
Okay, just give me 1 second. She scratches a symbol in the book and then just holds her hand to her chin.
Jin,
Mm.
it might be worth telling her before she does send the message about the guard.
That's true, actually.
She opens her closed eyes.
The what now?
Sorry?
We were still walking and talking, so we're at the tree now, so this is probably a good as time as any to tell you. When we arrived in Locktorpian, and we had just saved my brother from poisoning, we were approached by 2 guards. We told them Dōro Yōsai had fallen, and one of them walked away to reach for a sending stone. Initially, I had thought that was maybe to contact you. But you don't happen to have your intelligence delivered to you. You don't have your intelligence delivered to you in the dialect and scripture of thieves, do you?
No.
Insider. Fucking, I'm looking into you, sister.
I did receive, I believe, that message via sending stone.
Did you receive the words, "The road is paved"?
Yes, that message did come through. It confused me a little, but I didn't think to question it because my mind went into Dōro Yōsai has fallen mode.
It's interesting that I send it to you in the language of thieves.
What do you mean?
The message was sent in thieves' cant.
Interesting.
Not in common. The man who sent it had what looked like copper dragon scale on the side of his neck. What little I know, that indicates some sort of lineage.
Yes, I know the guy. He's... Well... She kind of looks at Scath. He's, well, been proving himself quite useful, to be quite honest, and, well, was probably going to be in line to become the squad leader himself. But thieves can't, you say?
I believe that message may have gone out to someone else as well.
Okay.
If
Okay.
anything, considering the lineage, be prepared for the tribes to come down the mountains soon.
Okay. Keep that to yourselves for now. I will speak with him and let you know.
That's why we wanted to tell you before you sent a message.
Well, this one's for Steel. Just give me a second. She turns around. Time is short, dear sister. Dōro Yōsai has fallen. Can you come here and watch over the place? She kind of turns and... Okay. She sounded a bit excited, which was a bit perturbing, but I would suppose excited at the prospect of coming to Dōro Yōsai rather than the fact that it's fallen, I hope. I don't think she's been here, so let's go with excitement to come here.
Looks at the ruin behind him. Yeah. Right.
Well, in that case, we may need to expedite the finding of the teleportation circle. I can get to her, but only once, and that will mean that we'll all be staying the night because I won't be able to take my boys home. But I can get her and get back to the circle today.
Oh, where would my brother have put that?
Where wouldn't your dad think to look?
I could just ask him.
That would be nice.
Knack.
It was an interesting idea of thinking about it.
Scratch it. I mean, do go on while I cast. I could just not tell you until you've guessed. Let's play a game. She scratches the same sigil and holds her hand to her chin. Knack.
Dining hall?
Please alleviate your brother's pondering. Where did you form the circle?
His bedroom, but that would be too obvious.
No, I won't tell him until he's guessed.
The dungeon?
No.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time there.
In your father's chamber.
Ooh, in his actual chambers? The guile, I like it.
A slightly concerned look crosses her brow.
Oh, why is it never good news?
I think when he asked for the message earlier, there may have been a mixing of the message sent secondhand. It's not in the castle itself.
It is the castle.
She gives you a look. Like,
I didn't think my brother was that stupid.
Yes, the castle is a teleportation circle. That's not how it works, brother. And then her brow furrows again. It's in the onsen.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Practically, smaller building to clear. All right. Well, it works out. I have an arm to find. I tossed it in there earlier.
Okay, well,
Fucking arm.
do you need anything else from me before I go and retrieve steel?
No, we'll be burying my mother. And we'll clear out the onsen.
It's a good point. Yes, we're going to have to clear the onsen first so that I can learn the signature of the glyphs. Okay.
We'll do that first then.
She pulls a small piece of wire from her pouch and just you see the blue spectral hand point down towards the guards at the bottom. We need all hands to clear the onsen. Make yourselves to the courtyard up at the top of the hill. Right.
Again, thank you, sister. You've been more help than you know.
Oh, I know. But that's why I'm here.
Arrogant bitch.
Don't test me, bitch. I'm captain of this bitch. No, it's fine. You know. Make yourself the bed that you lie in. It's a phrase that holds positive and negative connotations sometimes.
Look at the castle again. Yeah.
Well, let's get to work.
Scaff. Shovel.
I don't do manual labour.
You feel a gentle tap on the back of your head.
And I shoved the shovel into his chest.
Can I shoot it with a bow and arrow?
You can shoot a mage hand with a bow and arrow if you want. Fuck. Hits a random villager.
Oh!
I could say you could try and hit Jim with a bow and arrow.
God, to be fair.
No, I was on about the shovel. Put the shovel in the bow and shoot the bow.
Shoot the shovel. Yeah, it's long and arrow-shaped, right? Just a bit thicker.
Exactly. I start helping clear the onsen.
Where's the big guy? I'll start looking around for Azura.
Yeah. So we'll have a bit of a meanwhile once again.
Could we take a break?
Yeah,
For the time it's
I am conscious that it is 9:10, actually. Well done, everybody. Yeah, we'll take a quick 20-minute and we'll come back at past. Yeah, good stuff. Asfa,
Nice.
welcome in. Harry, welcome in. Hope you're all following loosely. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Go for a pee poo poo. Get yourself something to eat and drink, and we'll see you soon.
Sweet.
Hi, everybody. It's us.
Oh,
Moist.
hi. Moist.
So,
Moist.
do we need to role play out clearing the onsen? Or is there anything anyone else wants to do? Or
I
can
want to
we...
find an arm.
Okay, so,
Fucking.
for the sake of time, the guards come up the hill to help in the... Oh, no, sorry. We were about to, meanwhile, timey-wimey, flick back to... Zafira walks out of
Blue
the
box.
castle where Azora is stood by the stocks. Zafira has found the banner that she was looking for.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything significant. I'm just gonna kind of, I guess, dust it off because I can't really clean it much beyond that for however it looks. And I'll pick up my sword and put it on my back.
Okay. Okay.
Other than that, not doing anything.
Righto. Yeah, so the boys go down the hill, this, that, the other. So Rosella gets the guards. Everyone makes their way up the hill. A couple of guards stay down the bottom and maintain the peace. Everyone helps clear the onsen, including finding the discarded arm lying still rigid, but slowly but surely losing its rigidity in the open air, the Kerecekian sun. The onsen is cleared enough so that the mass of destruction and collapsed building becomes more of a ruined monument as the building elements are moved to one side to start for putting together a pyre in the middle of the courtyard. What are you all fucking smirking at? Dickheads.
Nothing.
Once the pyre, the onsen has been cleared, the guards move to... I'm gonna have to fucking look now. What have you fucking posted in there? Oh my god! Once the pyre has started its build, a lot of the guards start collecting the fallen, the deceased, and the severed elements of those remaining. And building, but it's just full zoomed on Biggie's face while he's drinking. That's so good. They all build a pyre out the dead bodies. Fucking description. Give me investigation checks as the remnants of the onsen start to be revealed.
19.
23.
8.
8.
I love digital.
My roll
Zafira's getting
subpart.
flashbacks.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
23.
You find within the mostly destroyed and crushed elements of the onsen itself, the split and opened bath, the shelf nearby in which the logs were housed. Those with the high investigations do find a couple remaining logs that were subtly infused with a red powder. And on the floor in the side room, quite cleverly and subtly as it is, almost blended in to the flooring so as not to draw too much attention. And similarly, in parts covered with decorative elements, floor mats and rugs, and the now destroyed table that your mother would have been sat at. You can see the lying on the floor, no longer covered by silken cloth, crystal ball. But you find and make space for the teleportation circle. Sequestered away in the side room of his mother's onsen. Terrafae takes a moment to clear the remnants, dusts off what remains on the sigils, copies them into her book, and adds the Dōro Yōsai circle to her list of known circles. Does anyone need me for anything else before I go and retrieve Steel? From wherever she is.
Just check in my head.
I've picked up the crystal ball.
With the investigation of the 23, is there anything whilst going through the onsen that looks like it could have been salvageable?
So it's basically a posh Japanese bathhouse.
Yeah,
if you
anything
can
like
think of simple thing like soaps, the odd little bits of lavender infused oilage, there's simple things in there.
It's with what like Jin and Zafira have mentioned, like any little bottles of soap, like shampoo, which
bust out the plastic bottles of shampoo. I know what you mean.
Right.
There's some little bits, that like tables that were knocked over. The building, they're not like full stone brick buildings. They are like mostly wood and stuff with like slating on the roofs and stuff. So there are some things, towels, stuff like lavender and cherry blossom and oil that Mum would have mixed together to form a soapy, shampoo-y substance.
Yeah, if there's any like little bottles or vials of that, I'll put it to one side. So once we're clear, I can give it to Jin or Zafira as like they survived.
Mm-hmm.
I know, like your mum was fond of it.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, Terrafae heads outside. She kind of pauses as she looks at you all, smiles subtly, turns and looks at the guards and nods. They all give her an at-eased salute. She scratches a symbol into her book. And with a flourish of her mage-handed arm, disappears.
Shade away.
Shade away.
Cool count.
No, when she does teleport away.
Fucking finally. Thought she'd never fucking leave.
Taking the centre of attention, what a bitch. No, I will go up to Jin. and I will give him like the little vial, saying, "I've managed to recover this."
We'll bury her with it. Who knows?
I know the first time we came in, Zafira went in with your mother and they had the hair washed, and I believe this was used. Obviously, I wasn't privy to the conversation, but
Thank you, Scaff.
You picked up the crystal ball, Jin.
Yeah, I'm just sort of
Uncovered.
holding it, intrigued.
Give me a religion check.
Ooh, I'm great at those. Religion, where is it? Oh, it's only a +1. It's
We're with
12.
12. You look at it, and there is some simple but subtle symbology. Simple and subtle symbology engraved across the face of the ball. Some elements of it seem familiar, but you can't, like, as you're kind of looking at it in this moment, slightly distracted, you can't pick up on what the religious symbol would be.
I'll pocket it for now and bag of holding. Just making like a mental note of some of the symbols on there.
Okay.
Looks at the shovel that he has next to him. And then at the ever-blooming tree beyond. And start somberly moving towards there with the shovel in hand. As Mans starts digging.
Take up one of the picks and walk with him. And begin.
Okay.
At the basically the foot of this ever-blooming tree, I'll start clearing out whatever pavement might have been put there, and then start digging down. Digging a grave.
Comparatively and noticeably the larger of the blossom trees. A statement piece in the Dōro Yōsai courtyard. The space is cleared. The hole is dug. Given all the efforts that have been made, who was digging the hole?
A Jill will definitely be down there, yeah.
Just Jin?
I would have helped.
Okay, anyone digging the hole? I'll say Zafira, you've got the ring, so maybe not. But comparative with all the efforts made today, give me Constitution saving throws.
You have a +3 because I'm there.
It's
I like
not bad then.
How Scaff pulled himself out of it and just watches. Lazy bastard.
20.
Yeah, you're fine.
I rolled a 25.
Yeah, you're fine. You can tell that it's like laborious work, but feeling empowered by purpose and with Zafira's presence. Plug away, dig a nice, wide, 6 foot deep. Presentable grave at the foot of the ever-blooming cherry tree. Cherry blossom tree.
We'll see what Dōro Yōsai guards are around.
There's two of them came up the hill. You can see Armin stayed down the bottom of the hill with a couple of the Locktorpian guards just to be a presence down at the bottom of the hill. And then a couple came up to help.
Sort of flagged them down.
Give you a quick bow.
Give them a bow back. We're going to be burying Lady Say.
See their shoulders slump ever so slightly.
Is there any flares left?
They kind of look at each other. We would have to investigate the cannon.
Let's see to it. I'll have it fired in our honor.
If I may make a suggestion, Third Son.
All open for it.
We could try to separate the red dye from the flare so that the flare would be more of an off-white.
That would be a lot more fitting.
We will do our best.
Don't stress if you can't recover it. I won't be mad.
They kind of look at each other and nod and make their way towards the cannon.
I'll start moving towards where my mother is placed. Is she like laying on something like
yeah, it's like a bench. Yeah, like 3 feet off the floor.
Something that can be lifted.
Could be.
I'll look at the others. I need some help.
Of course.
I'll take one side of the bench at the front.
I'll take the other.
The 2 Locktorpian guards come over. Do you need extra hands?
Be appreciated.
Yeah, if Jin's taking the front, obviously I'll get the back as well.
Whatever's available.
All right, I'm free. Free. I'm gonna start lifting.
3.
Are you just attempting to lift
Yeah,
to the
just sort of
side
lift,
or up above?
lift her up so we can move her towards the grave.
Yep.
In a more
Easy enough.
dignified manner
Between
than
the 6, 7 of you, she's not heavy. The bench is heavier than her.
Mm-hmm.
You lift it up. Carry her over to the tree.
Place her in front of the grave. And I'll remove the cloth from her face and sort of like gently roll it down. So it's just like on her neckline.
Yeah, you look again, you can see that she's not got obvious injuries. Just all things considered, she looks at peace. That small smile that she gave when she nodded to you.
Drop to one knee. She'll lean in. Kiss her forehead. As I start to lose composure slowly, I'll whisper to her, I wish things could have been different. But I'm glad in the end, you at least smiled. Once more. I'll drop down to the other knee. So I'm just sitting on my knees now. Just looking at her. Severa,
I'll sit next to him. Mhm.
were you taught any funeral rites?
Mm. No, not really.
It's okay.
If you would like to, I can say a few things.
I don't know if you followed any faith.
Hmm.
That would be nice. I'll sort of lean into her a little bit.
I'll lean over and I'll take his hand on my side. And with the other, I'll reach up and grab my holy symbol. I'll speak quietly, not whispering, but quietly. Kerecek, a soul has been returned to your embrace. Shozan Jin, a woman of great strength, grace, and love. Please guide her soul gently through the celestial expanse. Grant her the peace that she deserves after a life of trials and loss. Let her spirit find warmth among the stars, where no pain nor sorrow can reach her. And though her light has left the world, I ask of you, look kindly upon the sons she left behind. Nak, who's always been loyal to his family. Val, who rests between life and death. And Jin. I'll kind of squeeze his hand a bit. Whose heart bears scars that words cannot heal. Strengthen them as they navigate this storm. Let them know that they are not alone, and that they are loved, and that even in the darkest moments, your light shines through. Kerecekian, give them the courage to heal, to rebuild, and to find hope again. And give me the strength to stand by them, to guide them as best as I can, and to honor the memory of a woman who loved so deeply. And I'll let go of my holy symbol again.
Thank you.
Oh, I
Sounds good to us. I'll stand up. And I'll lift her from the bench as gently as I can. In an awkward moment of realization, I'm gonna need 2 pieces of rope, I think. Put it back on the bench. Take some rope out of the bag of holding.
As you reach into the bag of holding, you feel a strange warmth kind of permeating from within.
Don't nick that.
Why is the inside of my bag of holding warm?
I'll focus on it and pull out whatever is causing it to be warm.
Oh, Jesus, that laugh one good.
Give me religion or arcana.
Doesn't really matter in my case. That's a 15 religion.
15 religion. You reach in, you feel this warmth permeating. It's weird. There's normally it's normally like an absence of feeling, I suppose, when you reach into this extra dimensional space and you just think of the thing that you want to retrieve and it comes out. There's no like warmth or coldness or sensation, you know, it's just you've never really thought about it before. It just feels a bit weird to having reach in and then feel a warmth. But as you kind of focus in, you feel a smooth, round object come to your thoughts, your grasp, as you pull out your mother's crystal ball. And it feels a little warm. And you can see that whether it's because of the warmth or whether it's for another reason, but you can see now the elements of this subtly carved or engraved symbology are slightly illuminated with a dull orange, as you can now see that some of the elements of this symbology are serpentine. Capitalism. Oh, I'm back. Hi, back. And at that point, in reflection with Zafira near you, it becomes a bit more apparent that it's probably some kind of symbology, or in parts matching the holy symbol of Kerecekian. And then you look at the other elements of the symbology, and now that you can see, well, I suppose you can all, if you're all there, can everyone give me a religion check, should you so wish?
What's religion?
Religion.
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 17.
Where is?
4.
Azora's got no idea.
I thought, screw it, I'm going to roll it on D&D Beyond.
That's a nice shiny ball.
17 for the win.
It's loading.
Religion. I'll give you advantage because you're a fucking paladin, jeez.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, well, that didn't do much sense. I swear, the digital dice are horrible.
What did you get?
An 11 and a 7.
Ah, fuck it, that's enough.
I'll relate everything.
Above a 10.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So it's confusing because
Better
any reference
Arcana.
that you've ever seen or noticed or paid attention to with religious symbology of the pantheon, you know that there's Avia, the head of the pantheon,
The best.
Mama of creation.
Heavenly Mother.
You know that there are the 2 children of the islands, Kerecekian, the high summer serpent, and Want, the deep winter ape.
Monkey.
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 Monkey. And you know that at the other end of the pantheon, Dad, Avia's husband, Orthus, father of the afterlife and of death. And as you think about those religious references, you start to notice, intertwined with the serpentine symbology of Kerecekian on Mama Say's crystal ball, a dull, subtle purple glow alights and makes clearer symbology of Orthus. And in a strange happenstance that probably none of you have ever seen reference to, or heard reference of, or seen in any religious establishment, the combination of 2 deities. And as you hold the ball, the glow continues and the warmth. It's like holding a hand warmer. It's not uncomfortable. It's just present. As you look down, Zafira, or you guys all notice passively, Zafira's symbol is also glowing in the same dull orange.
Been looking between that. What's happening? does this mean?
Maybe she was accepted by both. I don't know.
I'll put one hand on my holy symbol and the other I'll carefully rest on the crystal ball, and I'll sort of feel inwards, see what this feels like other than warm.
The temperature rises.
Hmm.
Not uncomfortably so, but it gets... I suppose it could now be considered hot.
Okay.
And as you kind of focus in, give me another religion check with advantage.
Here we go. Don't embarrass myself.
3.
Well,
Oh my
not
God.
far off there.
Oh,
It just doesn't get better. These dice are fucking heavy.
What did you get?
A 4 and a 7. Because digital dice.
Taking the piss.
No, I'm serious.
2 D20s roll twice. They are, have the 17. Fucking hell. Nah, yeah, it's fine. You reflect in.
Just tell me, please. This is embarrassing.
Yeah. Please give it lower drop. You reflect in. You hear the echoing of a cavernous space. You hear the subtly echoed sound of what sounds like carriage wheels. You try to focus, but at first it's just sound. You reflect back to the moment you shared with Kerecekian, and you hear that similar sound of slithering serpent on sandstone. You hear the padding of what sounds like a 4-footed creature. And then another. As you try to focus in once more, the sound starts to form into visual, and you find yourself in a cavernous space. The visual, similar to last time, it's hard to tell whether it's distant or close, perceivable or imperceivable. Size and space are a little confusing, but you focus in on where the sounds were coming from, and you see a cloaked, silhouetted, almost imperceivable figure stood on a chariot-like cart with 2 comparatively quite enormous horse-sized large cats.
Oh. Okay.
And slithering in a circle, a slightly more familiar burnt orange enormous serpent. And as you look and you focus in a little more, you see the silhouetted figure extending their hand and moving aside their cloak as they sit down at the reins of the cart. And as they move their cloak to one side, you see sitting on the back of the chariot-esque cart, comparatively a lot smaller. You see, Mama say. And then your vision closes. The temperature of the ball now subdued to a warmth once again.
Yeah, I'm Stephen.
3, 2, 1, you're back in the room.
Dramatic effect.
Emotional cup of tea.
I need my cup.
Right, I need to go make a cup of tea or I'm going to burst out in tears.
Oh.
So squeeze Severa's hand. I'll look at
Open
the
my eyes
others.
and look over.
It got really hot there for a moment.
Yes.
You okay?
Shut.
She's arrived safely.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you.
Nothing to thank me for. Oh, please.
Bless you, dwarf. Jeez.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Pull out actual rope from the bag of holding this time. Please help me lower her down.
Oh, will do.
I'm putting like a simple rope contraption over the underside so we can lift it over and then slowly lower it down.
The guards filter in on each side to help pass rope through the...
Put the cloth back over her face just to protect her from all the sand that we're going to have to fill back in. I won't let you down, will I? This place will know love. I promise you that. Take one side of the rope as I help lower it down from my side.
Yeah, the guards help you.
For the next probably 20 or so minutes, I'll probably spend whatever time is required to fill the grave up with sand.
Comparatively shorter to fill than to empty. Easily done with the help of everybody. 2 guards
Yeah.
return. Third son. We have prepared a flare. We took most of the red dye out, but we felt it appropriate to perhaps leave some in. Hopefully, the flare should have more of a pink hue.
Fire and ready, guardsman.
You see, waves a hand signal. You all look up. You can see still kind of looks red, but definitely not as bright as the original flares. Definitely a pinkness to it. The Dōro Yōsai flare in full effect.
So I just stand in front of the grave.
The guards return, and the Loctorpian guards come over. While we leave you to have your time, is there anything that we should do or prepare with the bodies before we put them on the pyre? Do they need to be searched or looked at in any way?
Those of our enemy. Search them. Take anything that's steel. But be careful. Some of them carried poison.
Jen, I've already searched some of them. I have some things to share with you which you might find interesting.
Later, Azura. But good that you did.
If they've already been
Searching the
searched, that
bodies.
will probably speed up the process.
Yes. Any of the enemy. Say a simple prayer will do. I'm not a beast. They are men and women with lives. They will at least get that honor. As for our dead, bring them to the trees down below. Have the town pick out their dead. And have them honor them as they see fit.
It'll be done.
You might get some help from the blacksmith or some of the farm hands to move the bodies. If anybody else offers, don't turn them down. People grieve in their own ways.
Yes, third son. The guards make their way over and start patting down the fallen and moving them towards the pyre.
I'll just be standing in front of the grave as time goes by.
I'll stay with him and I'll just hold his hand. As long as he needs.
What time of day is it right now, Pitch?
At this point, after all the moving, shaking, meetings, greetings, it's like late afternoon, tea time. The sunset's going to be soon. Or sundown, at least. Still a few hours before nighttime or bedtime.
Probably just be standing there until the sun goes down. And the pyre sort of just casts its own long shadow.
I'm going to say with Jin being where he is for the majority of the day, Scaff will go up at one point, like just put his hand on his shoulder, not going to say a word, and then I'm just going to literally take up a sentry point on a bit of an elevation, and I'm just going to be, again, do.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Because fuck anyone interrupting him in this moment. So 22.
Okay.
And then obviously I'm waiting for Sarazella and Steel to get back as well.
I think I would have gone to help move the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
The ones up here, the enemies, and that towards the pyre. Still staying in the area though, with not going down to the village.
Yeah, as you're moving bodies, one of the guards speaks up. Forgive me. You said you searched the bodies earlier.
Yes.
Did you find anything of import?
Nothing really. Just a couple of.
Give me a deception check.
I have a bonus to it. 15. Oh.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
Oh.
Thank you for your help with the bodies. Fucking dice bastard.
Anything I can do to help?
Tell the fucking truth, mate. We will get these bodies out. I think we should probably leave 3 or 4 of the trees and set them maybe halfway down the path, so that the villagers can get close enough to see the pyre, the burning bodies of those that, well, attacked and betrayed us.
Mm-hmm.
But without having to go so close as to disturb Shozan.
That's fair. Where is it that we were going to be putting the bodies of the fallen enemies?
The enemies are going on the pyre to get burnt, and the guard soldiers, Dōro Yōsai zone, are going down the path, halfway down the path to the trees, so that the villagers can come up. They can get close enough to have a look what's going on and pay the respects, but without going all the way up.
I want to. The body of the one which I suspected was trying to give us a warning, the one which I got the notes off. I want to try to take his body. I'm going to take it to the pyre, but not. I want to try and sort of put it off to one side, because I want to inform Jin that this one may not have been an actual enemy. May have been secretly on our side.
Give me a it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, easy enough. By the time you've like moved all the bodies, sun's gone down.
Gonna glance over at Jin, like I've done occasionally, to see if I can read if he's ready or not.
He's just been staring at the grave or onto the horizon. Is the pyre alight yet?
Nope.
I sort of glance to the side of the pyre that's sort of being built up. Let's light the beacon. The end of a chapter, Saphira.
Before we do, I found something for you. And I'll take out the banner that I found. I'll sort of wrap it around his shoulders. I believe this is the one you were talking about.
Sort of take it off. Look at it. It's like reinforced at the top and at the bottom. This is my father's banner. And I'll look at the pyre. Thank you. We're gonna burn the past. Light the way to the future.
I'll hold out a hand again for him to take.
Which I'll do. And I'll start walking towards the probably fairly substantial pyre at this point.
Yeah, it's ended up more wide than tall.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, building a tall TP-esque pyre with loads of bodies out of mostly destroyed remnants of buildings, it's easier to just go wider than tall and then lay the bodies on. But it's still significant. It's a good 10, 15 feet tall, but wide.
I'll sort of look around.
Scath sat on top of the
gesture for people to sort of come in that might be present.
Yeah.
So like a torch around by chance?
Not really, no.
Fire?
Does anybody have some fire?
Gas?
Or the ability to make some?
I'll walk. Have a torch and a tinderbox.
That'll do.
Take him out. Strike the flint and light the torch. Then hand it to Jin.
You'd be conscious, Azura, even though I didn't make you roll it earlier, as a point of saying, because you've tried to keep this body separate. You've got him separate, but without putting him obviously away from the pyre, so no one, someone else would probably just go over and put him on. To keep him separate enough that he doesn't get burnt on the pyre, it's difficult, So just as a point of reference, if you did want to mention to Jin, this guy's either separate enough to not get burnt, but would be obviously not on the pyre, or he's going to get burnt, if that makes sense.
I was going to mention.
Okay.
Do you have one quick moment, though, before you set this?
Sure, sir. Anything you want to add?
There's... Walk with me for a moment.
One of the guards nods and reaches out to hold the torch, or offers his hand out.
I'll hand it to him.
Now, walk over to where the separated body is. I'll see if anyone is in nearby earshot first.
And as you kind of look over, it's mostly just the few guards that have been helping and you lot, realistically.
How close by are they?
Say you put him on the other side of the pyre, I suppose, slightly less obvious.
And this body at my feet, he may be wearing the robes of the enemy, but I do not think he was. When I searched him, I think I found things that may have indicated that he was working on our side, as it would be. The letter, the note that Scath had fired through his window. He had one. The warning that was given. He had some of the poison darts. Was it this one that had the poison darts or not?
So 2 of them had poison darts. 1 had a broken plug on the end. And this guy had one with a solid plug. So arguably unused.
He had one of the darts, but he had not attempted to use it. And when I went searching through the bodies, it's as though he fell separated, almost as though he wanted to be searched, to stand out from the rest. There was no other bodies on top of him or around him within 4 feet.
You don't recognize the individual at all.
Give me an investigation. Or nature.
Or nature.
Also, I don't know if I missed it or not, but did you take me with you, or did just the two of you go?
I did. I did take you with me.
Okay.
I haven't let go of your hand.
Oh,
Dragging.
I think, it doesn't really matter. I'll take the investigation for 15.
15. Give me a history check.
Yeah, I'm a lot better at 21.
21.
21.
Have you ever been to Dragoon?
Maybe. Yes, on official business.
On official business in Dragoon, you remember one guard that particularly showed a, I say, affinity or a liking to you in a city that is comparatively, like, the very high majority of the populace are Dragonborn. But there are, of course, a few folks knocking about of other races. This human fellow took a kind of liking to you as someone on official business who was working to, in the, say, setting up of this beacon in the north, Dōro Yōsai. A lot of people weren't sure about it at first. You know, a feudal lord taking over to set up tolls, etc. quite often brews a little bit of animosity. But this guy recognised the importance of it and took a shining to you. But of course, comparatively, you've not seen him for years.
What's a flash from the past? He's from Dragoon, or he was. Do you have anything else on him, Missouri?
There was the warning note about that we already knew about, but I did find this another note with it was basically, and I'll hand it to him, this one, saying to strike when ready, that the three suns are turned, but I don't recognize the symbol on it.
Would I recognize the symbol on it?
Give me another history check.
Oh boy.
And I'll say, with the law that we've just written, have a +3. On the fly law writing, bash!
Bash.
Base it on the dice.
Jeez.
19 straight, so 22.
22. You recognise that the business that you went to was a house that were kind of expressing a little bit more animosity than anyone else. So you'd been sent on this official business to try to squash the beef. And this was the house of Zarmanifax. They're just known as House Zarmanifax in Dragoon.
Okay.
And he was essentially a member of the staff. You know, a human in Dragoon.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, we know who's been funding them, I guess. Is there Manifex, you said? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, I've just put it in the guild. I suppose the other important thing that kind of flashes into your mind in like the heat of the moment and flashes of memory. House Zarmanifax seemed to be they were all copper dragonborn, but the head of the family had arguably gem-like blue scales intermittently. And they were said to be descendants of one of the last known dragons in Terrafae. On site at their house grounds, whether it was real or ornamental, there was a large, skeletal piece of a large skeletal dragon. Putting two and two together could be Zarmanifax.
Yeah. I'll glance to Azura and to Saphira. I don't know if they were solely to blame, but it looks like a house from Dragoon did this. Or at least participated in it. They disliked us from the very start, so they could have found out and profited of the situation, or worse. At least we know when we go to Dragoon that we're not necessarily entering friendly territory. It might be wise for me to not go in as a Shozan. As for the body, we'll bury him. He deserves that much.
I'm reading again from that note. It seems they may have been watching us a while because they knew that you and your brothers were home, or at least on your way home.
The way my father set it up is hard to miss, and we come home or not.
True.
They could just have been waiting for it. Just takes 3 flares. Is there first one for Val, second one for Nat, third one for myself. And there's your opportunity. And all you need is patience.
And money.
Well, one of the main houses of Dragoon, so they probably have money. Interesting fact. Copper dragons. Almost all of them.
Didn't you say like the
Except for
guard?
the head. Yes, the guard had copper scale, so that's probably the connection we've been looking for there.
Copper, huh? Reminds me of my father.
Well,
Father's
that...
copper.
Writes itself.
We'll let Zarazella know when she's back. At least she knows what to expect then. Maybe not the tribes up north, but Dragoon that is moving.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure. Don't rule it out.
The tribes will exploit. They'll do. Dragonborn.
There's
They're not all bad.
There's some
No.
very ambitious people up there too.
I bet. Interesting for you is there ahead of that house. Copper blue hybrid, I think. Jim, like, it's been a while.
Oh, what? Okay. But I thought gem like you were rare, if
Oh.
unheard of.
Well,
Here you go. We have a lead, friend.
That I really, really cannot wait to follow up.
Remind me to get a straw hat or something.
we'll find something for you.
Yeah, I'll go down to the village. There's probably somewhere around.
Mind you,
Right.
if I do go walking into dragging, opportunity may present itself to us, with me looking the way I am. Because they might be as surprised as I am at what you said. Seeing me.
Didn't think of that. We might need to hide you.
That's easier said than done.
Agreed.
Do you have a big straw hat?
Pick up the dead fellow. We'll put him at rest. We'll bury him later. For now, let's set fire to the past, shall we?
I leave that to you. I'll take this one to the others. And I'll bend down and pick up the body.
As you pick up the body, his robe blows aside slightly. You can see outlining his pectorals are some copper scales.
Jin?
More confirmation.
You wish me to still take him to be buried?
Bury him. He
Will
was
be
kind to us when we came to Dragoon. Might
This
have been a
love is-
ruse, might not have been, but
If there is no one to bury him, I'll bury him myself.
thank you. And I'll walk over to the guard holding the torch. Grabbing the torch. Taking the war banner. I'll set light to the banner. And throw it on the pyre.
Do you know how much ball ache that was for Saphira?
I was thinking that the whole moment.
Why did I go to find that if you're just gonna burn it anyway?
And I set fire to the banner.
I almost got buried in rubble again. For this shit. And then you burned it. That's okay.
That banner was supposed to have meant a lot to you. That's why I went to go find it.
I realized when you gave it to me that this does not represent me.
No.
I'll make my own. This was what my father represented. A steel reinforced banner. It's time to let the past die. And I'll look at her. I'll pull her in for a hug.
You mispronounced kiss.
I'm not giving you the satisfaction after like just do it.
I could say that's what I was expecting. It's what I was expecting. It's what the chat was expecting.
Chat says so.
Mm-hmm. And I hold her close.
Tiny dancer.
Fucking cat.
Thank you, Severe.
Oh, what?
I never gave you a proper answer.
Hmm.
I like you. A lot.
I'll just chuckle slightly.
I've never done this before, so
I
bear
can
with me.
tell. Me neither.
Let's figure this out together, shall we?
Sounds good. I'll just lean my head against this.
And I'll lean back. I'll just sort of stand there for a moment. As the pyre starts to hopefully catch actual flame and burns in the background.
You realise quite quickly that one of the guards collected the red powder infused. Well,
A burning
I'm down
hand
the hill.
inspired
I'm good.
no, yeah, the pyre.
Why am I on fire again?
I mean, I could.
Shade away. The pyre begins to alight,
Fire.
signalling the end of an era. The devastation that was wrought on the upper platforms of Dōro Yōsai will inevitably change the course of the north in Kerecekian. As everyone watches as the pyre alights, the villagers start to make their way up in groups to pay their respects to the dead, to collect their fallen. As the night creeps in and the moon climbs the sky, nice silhouette of our two star-struck lovers. A shadow illuminating the courtyard. Scath.
Yes. I've been looking out all day.
I've been on the lookout and I didn't see anyone smooch and I'm angry about it.
Did you see that?
What do you want me to roll?
You receive a voice in the back of your head. From your sister.
Oh.
No likey.
Oh no.
This ain't going to be good, is it?
Scath. I found steel.
Oh, fuck no.
It seems she'd gone deeper than she thought. I've been allowed to send this message before they take my book. They're taking us to Dragoon. And that's where we will end this session.
Well, at least they're not going into the mountains. That's a plus.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
And as the camera pans out, Jin kisses Severa.
Yay!
There you go, you bastards.
There you go. Horny. Scott's so distracted he didn't even see it.
Yeah.
My point.
the whole point.
Exactly.
When are you finally gonna kiss? What do you mean? We just did.
The one time you weren't watching. God damn it.
Well done, everybody. We've gone on a little later because I was a little later. Now Dwarf's got to wait a week to find out what's happened to his sisters. Writes itself.
I'm guessing some copper dragon guards have got something to do with it.
As I said. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure, as always.
The plot, it thickens.
Barely held that together. Taking a moment to go make myself a cup of tea.
That was fucking brilliant, bitch.
Well done, everybody. Got to have the emotional ones sometimes.
Emotional
damage. But one chapter closes and another one begins. I'm sure Dōro Yōsai will be okay. But what comes next for our intrepid band of merry bastards? But not the most devious. That's me. Well done, everybody. We will be back next Wednesday to continue our story. Have a good night.
At normal time, hopefully.
Yes. Maybe.
No growing weed, bitch.
I probably will be growing weed, but we'll be alright.
In game, just
yeah. Watch the other streams for growing weed.
On GTA.
On
Very
GTA.
interesting.
On
What you
GTA.
Context is important.
On GTA. Yeah.
Let's
Well done,
just make
everybody.
it apparent. It's game weed.
It's game weed. It's game weed.
Digital weed.
Digital weed. Digital weed.
It's not the good kush.
It's not the good kush. Anyway, much love, everyone. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon. Toodly byes.
Good night, everyone.